A dark shape moves just beneath the water's surface. Tonight, we slip into the mists of Scottish and Irish folklore to meet the Kelpie, a shape-shifting water spirit whose legend is a haunting blend of breathtaking beauty and hidden peril. By the end of our journey, you will possess the complete story of this creature, from its ancient origins to the chilling lessons it still whispers across lonely shores. I often wonder what draws us to tales of such deceptive elegance, and what secret fears they truly represent about the world just beyond our sight. Where are you listening from right now, and what is the local time where you are? Let your mind wander to the edge of a still, dark loch as we begin. What is it about a creature of pure temptation that feels so deeply, unsettlingly human? The name itself is a whisper from the water, Kelpie. It rolls off the tongue with a soft, almost liquid sound, but its origins are rooted in the hard, practical language of the land. Most scholars trace it back to the Scottish Gaelic words Kelpie or Colpatch, which don't speak of monsters at all, but of livestock. They mean heifer or colt. Think about that for a moment. The most feared spirit of the deep is named after a farm animal. This isn't an accident. It speaks to the creature's most fundamental deception, its preferred disguise, and its deep, unsettling connection to the daily lives of the people who feared it. This was not a dragon from a distant mountain, but a danger that wore the familiar face of a working beast, something you might see in your own field by day, only to find it waiting by the loch at dusk. This legend is woven into the very geography of Scotland. Picture the landscape that birthed these stories, not sunny coasts, but the deep, cold lochs nestled between ancient, brooding hills. The water is often dark, peat-stained, and impossibly still, reflecting a sky heavy with mist. The silence here is profound, broken only by the cry of a distant bird or the gentle lap of water on stone. In such a place, it's easy to believe the surface of the water is not a boundary, but a lid, and beneath that lid, anything could be waiting. The Kelpie is a spirit of these specific places, each body of water potentially housing its own shapeshifting guardian or predator. But no creature of myth exists in isolation. Journey across the sea to Ireland, and you meet the Kelpie's more ferocious cousin, the Each Uisht, pronounced something like Ech Ushka. The name simply means water horse. While the Scottish Kelpie might haunt rivers and streams, the Each Uisht is a creature of the sea, sea lochs, and freshwater loughs. It shares the Kelpie's love of disguise and its equine form, but the stories often paint it as even more vicious and relentless. The differences are subtle but telling, shaped by the specific fears and terrains of each culture. Together, they form a family of freshwater spirits across the Celtic world, each a slightly different reflection of the same deep-seated human anxiety. What is it about a lonely stretch of water that makes our minds conjure a horse of all things? The answer lies not in the monster's form, but in the hopes and hardships of those who first told its tale. The creature's true form is a secret kept by the deep, but it must wear a mask to walk among us. Its most famous disguise is that of a horse, and not just any horse. This is an animal of impossible, arresting beauty. Picture a stallion, its coat gleaming like polished jet or as pure as fresh fallen snow, standing alone by the water's edge. Its mane and tail are perpetually soaked, dripping with cold loch water as if it has just emerged from the depths, which of course it has. The hair hangs in thick, dark ropes, and its coat, though magnificent, is always chillingly damp to the touch. But it's the eyes that betray it. They hold an unnatural light, a knowing, intelligent gleam that is far too human for any beast. They seem to look right through you, calculating, inviting. Some tales say its hooves are reversed, pointing backward, a detail only the sharpest observer might notice. Others claim it leaves no tracks at all, its passage as silent and untraceable as a shadow over the water. This breathtaking beauty is the first layer of the trap. It is allure for the weary traveler, the curious child, the farmer in need of a strong plow horse. Who could resist such a majestic creature, apparently waiting and unclaimed? Yet the Kelpie is a master of more than one shape. When it wishes to walk directly among people, it takes a human form. Here, the deception grows even more personal. It appears as a strikingly handsome man, charismatic and compelling, often found resting by the shore or walking a lonely road. He speaks with charm and confidence, drawing you in, but look closely and you might see the hints he cannot fully erase. Tangles of damp seaweed might be caught in his dark hair, or his fine clothes might carry the faint, clean scent of a deep lake. His boots, no matter how fine, might squelch with water, leaving wet footprints that quickly fade. This form is perhaps the most dangerous because it speaks to our deepest social instincts: trust, attraction, the desire for connection. It turns the monster from a distant terror of the wild into a potential suitor, a friendly stranger, a new neighbor. In both shapes, equine and human, the Kelpie's power lies not in grotesque horror, but in perfected temptation. It offers exactly what you desire most in that moment: a means to cross the water, a moment of companionship, a stroke of incredible luck. And that is how the darkest legends always begin, not with a snarl, but with a smile that seems too good to be true. That perfect, lonely beauty is the heart of its hunting ground. To understand the Kelpie, you must first stand on the banks of its home. Across Scotland, certain waters are whispered to be more than just deep. Loch Ness, of course, with its inky, peat-stained depths and sheer, forbidding sides, is a natural cathedral for such legends. But consider Loch Lomond. Its vast surface often mirrors still beneath the mist, dotted with islands that seem to float like secrets. Or the River Spey, rushing and clear in some stretches, but in its quieter pools, moving with a dark, slow purpose. these are not just scenic postcard locations. They are places of profound isolation where the modern world seems to fade and the ancient one feels close enough to touch. The water is often cold enough to steal your breath in an instant. The banks can be soft and boggy, ready to pull you under. Thick fog rolls in without warning, swallowing sound and sight, leaving you disoriented in a world of gray silence. This is the Kelpie's domain. It is a landscape of breathtaking allure that hides a very real physical danger beneath its surface. The still water invites reflection, but it also conceals jagged rocks, sudden drop-offs, and powerful unseen currents. A traveler drawn by the serene beauty might step too close to the edge. A child chasing a butterfly might slip on the mossy stones. The environment itself is the first layer of the trap, a natural stage perfectly set for a predatory spirit. The Kelpie doesn't just live in these places, it is an embodiment of their dual nature. The haunting cry of a loon echoes not as a welcome, but as a lonely warning. The way the mist clings to the pine trees isn't just atmospheric, it feels like a veil separating you from safety. In such a setting, the line between a natural accident and a supernatural encounter blurs completely. Was that a log that just moved against the current, or a dark submerged shape? Was that the wind sighing through the reeds, or something whispering just below the waterline? The legend thrives here because the place itself makes you believe it could be true. Every ripple on the dark surface becomes a question, and every shadow in the water holds a possible answer. That irresistible beauty is the first step of a perfectly crafted deception. The Kelpie never attacks with fangs bared or claws outstretched. Its true weapon is an offer you cannot refuse. Picture a weary farmer, his bones aching from a long day in the fields, facing a miles-long walk home in the gathering dark. There, by the loch, stands a magnificent black stallion, saddled and bridled as if waiting just for him. It nickers softly, its dark eyes gentle. The promise is immediate, a solution to his exhaustion. Or imagine a child drawn away from a village path by curiosity, who finds a beautiful, gentle pony with a coat like silver. It lowers its head, nuzzling their hand with a cold, damp nose, seeming to ask for friendship. The offer here is not transportation, but pure, innocent companionship in a lonely place. In every story, the Kelpie presents exactly what its target most deeply desires in that vulnerable moment. This is seduction in its most primal form, preying not on lust, but on basic human needs, relief, rest, and connection. The creature's entire demeanor in this equine form is calculated to disarm. It stands perfectly still, a picture of docile patience. Its breathing is steady, its ears pricked forward in apparent interest. It may even take a tentative step closer, as if drawn by the person's presence. This performance of gentle curiosity is flawless, erasing any instinctive fear. Who would suspect a monster when faced with such willing, beautiful assistance? The horror of the legend lies in this stark contrast. The moment of betrayal is as swift as it is absolute. The instant a person touches the Kelpie, or worse, climbs onto its back, the trap springs shut. The creature's skin becomes adhesive, a supernatural glue that fuses the victim to its form. That gentle, damp coat transforms into a prison. The Kelpie then rears, not in panic, but in triumph, and charges straight into the deepest, darkest part of the water. The descent is terrifyingly fast. The beautiful horse plunges beneath the surface without hesitation, dragging its trapped rider down into the freezing, airless dark. The last thing the victim sees is the world of light and air disappearing above them, as the creature they trusted becomes their coffin. This is the core tension that gives the Kelpie myth its enduring power. It is a story about the danger of trusting surfaces. It asks us how we discern true safety from a clever imitation. In a world where predators rarely roar, but often smile, the Kelpie becomes a timeless metaphor. Its beauty is not a lie, but it is a veneer, a glittering skin over a hunger that has nothing to do with companionship and everything to do with possession. The ride it offers is always one way, a final journey from the world you know into a legend you never wanted to be part of. The moment of contact is a point of no return. That initial touch, perhaps a grateful pat on the steed's damp neck or a hand grasping its wet mane, feels chillingly cold, but the true horror reveals itself in the next heartbeat. The Kelpie's skin, which seemed so solid and real, undergoes a terrible transformation. It becomes adhesive, a supernatural glue that seizes the victim's flesh and clothing with an unbreakable bond. It's not like being stuck in tar, it's a sudden magical fusion. The rider's legs meld to the creature's sides, their hands fuse to the mane or saddle. Any struggle is instantly, utterly futile. Panic floods in, but it is already far too late. The beautiful creature they thought would carry them home has become their own living shackle. Then, with a sound that is neither a whinny nor a scream, but something ancient and triumphant, the Kelpie rears. Its previously gentle eyes now blaze with a cold, alien light. It turns with impossible speed and strength, no longer a beast of burden, but a force of pure predation. It does not trot or canter toward the water, it charges. Its hooves, which left no trace on the land, pound the earth in a final, thunderous rhythm as it aims straight for the darkest, deepest part of the loch. There is no hesitation at the water's edge. The plunge is a violent, shocking entry. The freezing water closes over rider and beast in an instant, the world of light and air vanishing into a green, then black gloom. The Kelpie drives downward with relentless purpose, its powerful body cutting through the water like an arrow aimed at the abyss. For the rider, trapped and helpless, the descent is a silent, slow-motion nightmare. The pressure builds in their ears, the cold sears their lungs. The last thing they see is the shimmering surface, a disk of silver light far above, growing smaller and smaller until it winks out entirely. The rescue has become a drowning, the offered ride a one-way journey to a watery grave. The Kelpie does not feed in any conventional sense, at least not in most tales. Its goal seems to be the capture itself, the claiming of a life, the addition of another soul to the silent kingdom it guards. Some stories say it devours the victim, leaving only the liver to float to the surface, a grim message for those who find it. Others suggest the taken are simply never seen again, lost forever to the chill and the dark. In every version, the outcome is absolute. The encounter that began with such breathtaking promise ends in the most final silence. Yet the horse is merely its most famous costume. The Kelpie's true nature is fluidity itself, a master of disguise who wears many faces to suit its dark purposes. When it chooses to walk directly among us, it sheds the equine form for one far more intimate, that of a human. This is where the danger becomes profoundly personal. It might appear as a strikingly handsome stranger, discovered resting by the shore, his clothes fine but strangely damp. He possesses a magnetic charm, a compelling story of being a traveler from a distant glen, or a nobleman separated from his hunting party. His eyes hold a captivating depth, and his conversation is perfectly tailored to disarm. For a lonely woman fetching water at dusk, this figure represents not just companionship, but potential romance, a sudden twist of fate that feels like a gift. The Kelpie in this guise becomes a spectral suitor, exploiting the universal yearning for love and connection. In other tales, it adopts a more pitiable form, that of a lost and weary traveler, clothes torn and face smudged with bog mud. It might stumble into a village inn, shivering and asking for shelter, or be found weeping by the roadside. This form preys on a different, equally powerful instinct, human sympathy, and the duty of hospitality. To turn away someone in genuine need was a grave sin in these communities, so the creature ensures its entry into the human world is not just possible, but morally compelled. Once inside the home, however, the signs begin to show. No matter how close he sits to the fire, his clothes never seem to fully dry. You might find strands of coarse, dark waterweed caught in the fibers of his cloak. His hair, though handsome, might smell faintly of deep, still water and decaying lilies, and if you were to glance at his feet, you might see that his boots leave small, persistent puddles on the floor. Beyond these two common human deceptions, the folklore holds even rarer transformations. In some regions, the Kelpie might manifest as a magnificent bull, its hide gleaming like polished bronze, standing silent and imposing in a misty field near a loch, another temptation for a farmer seeking to improve his herd. There are even scattered accounts of it taking the form of a beautiful, sorrowful woman, her green dress soaked at the hem, singing a haunting lament by the water to draw the curious closer. This incredible versatility is what makes the Kelpie not just a monster of the loch, but a pervasive, unpredictable threat. It can be anyone, anything. It adapts its temptation to the vulnerability it senses. The lonely are offered company, the ambitious are offered wealth, the kind-hearted are presented with a soul in need of saving. This shape-shifting ability means the danger is never confined to the water's edge. It can follow you home, sit at your hearth, and speak with a voice you desperately want to trust. The legend thus becomes a warning that extends far beyond geography. It is a lesson about the masks worn by the predatory forces in our own lives, forces that always offer us exactly what we think we want. But why does it do this? What hunger drives such an elaborate, cruel deception? The Kelpie's motives are as murky as the depths it calls home. Is it a creature of pure, intelligent malice, taking pleasure in the terror of its victims? Or is it simply following a predatory instinct as natural to it as breathing is to us? The folklore offers no single answer, only a collection of haunting possibilities that deepen the mystery. One persistent thread suggests Kelpies are not born, but made. They are said to be the restless spirits of those who drowned, particularly those who met their end through violence, betrayal, or suicide. Trapped between worlds, filled with a cold rage and a bottomless loneliness, they now lure the living to share their fate. In this reading, the Kelpie is not hunting for food, but for company. Its beautiful disguise is a cry for attention from an eternity of silent, watery isolation. The victim becomes a forced companion in an endless, sunless vigil. This transforms the creature from a simple monster into a tragic figure, a prisoner of its own anguish, perpetuating the cycle of drowning that created it. Other tales are more brutally direct. They speak of consumption. After dragging a rider to the bottom, the Kelpie devours the entire body, save for one organ, often the liver or the heart, which floats to the surface as a grim, unmistakable token. This version paints the creature as a literal predator and the water as its larder. The elaborate lure is merely its method of fishing, and humanity is the prey. Yet another interpretation removes even the motive of hunger. Here, the Kelpie drowns for sport or to claim a soul as a trophy for some unseen underwater kingdom. Its actions are a display of dominion, a reminder that the loch is its sovereign territory, and any who trespass, even unknowingly, must pay the ultimate price. This view aligns closely with the idea of the Kelpie as a personification. It becomes less an individual creature and more a manifestation of the water's own inherent deadly nature. The sudden riptide that pulls a strong swimmer under, the deceptive calm that hides a sinkhole, the hypothermia that steals consciousness in minutes, these are real physical dangers. The Kelpie is the story a community tells to give a face to that faceless peril. It makes the unpredictable predictable. it gives the accident an intention. If a child drowns, it is easier to say a Kelpie took them than to accept the random, indifferent cruelty of a deep pool and a slippery stone. The legend becomes a container for collective fear, a way to explain the unexplainable and to warn future generations with a narrative far more memorable than a simple list of safety rules. So, is the Kelpie evil, or is it simply being what it is? Perhaps the most unsettling answer is that both are true. Its nature is to claim lives from the world above, and in doing so, it performs an act we can only perceive as monstrous. But in the logic of its own realm, it may just be the guardian of a dark threshold, the enforcer of a law we do not understand. It is the consequence given form, the price of ignoring the old whispered warnings about the beautiful, lonely thing waiting by the water's edge. Across the water in Ireland and in the Gaelic-speaking Highlands of Scotland, the legend grows sharper teeth. Here, the water horse is known as the Uist, a name that carries a colder, more ancient weight. Pronounced something like Ech Ushka, it simply means water horse, but this simplicity is deceptive. The Uist is often considered the Kelpie's more ferocious, more relentless cousin. While they share a family resemblance, the differences are critical and tell us much about the specific landscapes that shaped them. The Scottish Kelpie is primarily a creature of inland rivers and lochs, a spirit of the freshwater. The Uist, however, claims a wider and wilder domain. It is a master of sea lochs, those deep fjord-like inlets where saltwater mingles with the fresh, and it is utterly at home in the open, churning sea itself. This connection to the ocean, a force of immense, untamed power, seems to imbue the Uist with a correspondingly greater ferocity. Its aggression is less about deceptive seduction and more about outright terrifying predation. Where a Kelpie might lure you, an Uist is more likely to hunt you. Its disguises share the same principle of temptation, but can be even more varied and cunning. It too appears as a magnificent horse or a handsome man, often with damp hair or seaweed tangled in its clothes, but it is also said to take the form of a small, shaggy pony, the kind a child would find utterly irresistible, or even as a beautiful bird resting on the waves, luring sailors or fishermen too close to a treacherous rock. No matter its form, that dreadful, adhesive skin remains its signature trait. The moment you make contact, you are irrevocably bound to it, a prisoner on a final, fatal ride. The stories of the Uist often end with even greater brutality. While a Kelpie might drown its victim, tales of the Uist frequently describe it devouring the entire person, leaving only the liver or heart to wash ashore. This grim detail is not just horror for horror's sake. It speaks to a creature seen as a pure, consumptive force of nature. The sea gives nothing back, and neither does its spectral equine guardian. The existence of this darker variant deepens the entire water horse mythos. It shows how a core idea, a shape-shifting spirit of drowning waters, adapts to its environment. The inland loch, for all its dangers, has boundaries you can see. The sea has none. Its dangers are vaster, its depths more unknown, and its storms more sudden. The each Uish embodies that scale of peril. It reminds us that across all Celtic regions, from the misty glens to the stormy coasts, people looked upon the water with a profound respect that was inseparable from fear. They understood that its beauty was not a promise of safety, but often the very cloak of the danger that lived within it. But for all its power, the folklore is clear: the Kelpie is not invincible. Our ancestors did not spin these tales just to frighten children. They embedded within them a kind of survival guide, a set of rules for navigating a world where beauty could be a death sentence. The first and most absolute rule is one of instinct. Never, under any circumstances, approach a lone horse standing by the water's edge. That initial spark of wonder, that thought of how lucky you are to find such a creature, is the very feeling you must learn to distrust. If it seems too good to be true, it almost certainly is. This is the core wisdom of the legend, a lesson in resisting temptation itself. But what if you are already in its presence? What if the handsome stranger is already speaking to you, or the damp, beautiful steed is nuzzling your hand? Here, the old stories offer more specific defenses. One of the most persistent bits of folk magic involves the creature's name. To speak the word Kelpie, or each Uish aloud in its presence, is said to break its spell of deception, forcing it to retreat to the water. Names hold power, and to name a thing is to assert some control over it, to drag it from the shadows of mystery into the light of recognition. This act of naming is a mental shield, a reminder that you are not dealing with a simple animal or a chance traveler, but with a specific known danger. Another traditional safeguard lies in metal. Iron, in particular, has long been considered anathema to many creatures of fairy lore, and the Kelpie is no exception. Carrying an iron object like a nail or a knife was believed to offer protection. Silver, too, with its purifying connotations, was thought to be a bane to such spirits. The touch or even the presence of these metals could cause the creature pain or force it to reveal its true, less pleasant form. These defenses speak to a very human desire for a tangible tool, a physical object you can hold that makes you feel safer in the face of the formless unknown. Yet the most famous and dramatic method of dealing with a Kelpie involves not fleeing or warding it off, but outwitting and mastering it. This centers on a single crucial object, the Kelpie's bridle. In many tales, if a person is cunning and brave enough, they can sneak up on a Kelpie in its horse form and steal the bridle from its head. This is no ordinary piece of tack, it is the source of the creature's power over its form. To possess the bridle is to possess the Kelpie itself. The captured spirit is then bound to serve the thief, its immense strength harnessed for human tasks. Stories tell of Kelpies forced to haul stones to build castles or churches, their supernatural might accomplishing in a night what would take 100 men a year. But this victory is always temporary and fraught with peril. The enslaved Kelpie serves under duress, its hatred simmering just beneath the surface. The moment the bridle is removed, or if it is ever returned to the creature, its servitude ends in a flash of rage and vengeance. The moral here is complex. It suggests that while humanity can sometimes temporarily harness the wild, dangerous forces of nature, we can never truly tame them. They remain other, waiting for the slightest chance to break free and return to their own inscrutable purposes. So the old warnings form a layered defense, a blend of cautious instinct, spoken magic, physical charm, and daring cleverness. They tell us to trust our unease, to speak the truth of what we fear, to carry the tools of our world, and to understand that any victory over such a force is likely borrowed, never owned. That stolen bridle is more than a simple rein. It is a prison for a god, crafted not of leather but of cold, gleaming silver, or sometimes of strange, pearlescent materials that seem to glow with a light from beneath the water. The bridle is often etched with symbols no human hand carved. These are not decorations but bindings, a magical contract made physical. To possess it is to hold the Kelpie's true name, to command its immense wild strength. The stories of those who dared to take it are not tales of heroes, but of gamblers, playing a desperate game with a force they only half understood. One such legend tells of a blacksmith, a man of iron and fire, who watched from his cottage as a magnificent black stallion emerged from the loch each twilight. The creature would graze near the shore, its silver bridle catching the last of the sun. The blacksmith, needing stone to build a new forge, saw not a monster but a solution. He waited for a night of thick mist, his hands wrapped in wool to muffle their heat. As the Kelpie drank, its head lowered, he moved with a silence born of absolute fear. His fingers, used to gripping red-hot metal, closed on the cold, unnatural silver of the bridle. In that instant, the creature froze. Its great head turned, and its eyes, now full of a terrible understanding, met his. The theft was complete. With the bridle in his possession, the blacksmith found he had only to speak a command. The Kelpie, now docile as any plow horse but burning with a silent fury, allowed itself to be hitched to a sledge. That night, and for many nights after, the impossible happened. Stones larger than houses were dragged from the distant hills and set perfectly into place. Walls rose where only mud had been. The blacksmith's forge was built in a week, a feat that should have taken a year. He had harnessed the very landscape to his will. But this power came at a cost. The enslaved Kelpie worked with a chilling efficiency, but its eyes never lost their cold fire. Water constantly dripped from its coat, forming puddles that never dried, a constant reminder of its true home. The blacksmith grew wealthy, yet he slept poorly, starting at every night sound, fearing the day his control would slip. This is the core of the moral dilemma the story forces upon us. Who in this tale is truly the monster? The Kelpie is a predator, yes, a deceiver who drowns the unwary. But is it evil, or simply following its nature as a wolf follows its prey? The human, however, makes a conscious choice. He sees a being of wild, ancient power and decides to enslave it, to break its spirit for his own gain. He trades fear for exploitation. The narrative refuses to paint him as a pure hero. Instead, it shows us a man corrupted by the very tool of his success. His sleepless nights are his guilt, the understanding that his prosperity is built on a foundation of stolen freedom and simmering rage. The bridal, then, becomes a symbol of humanity's fraught relationship with the untamed world. It represents our desire to control, to use, to bend nature to our purpose, and the Kelpie's enduring hatred is the promise that nature always remembers and that no enslavement is forever. The balance of such power is always precarious, waiting for one moment of human carelessness to be undone. The story of the blacksmith finds its echo in a specific mist-shrouded loch in the Highlands. Loch Garv, a dark, silent stretch of water northwest of Inverness, is home to one of the most famous Kelpie tales ever told. Here, the creature's legend is not just whispered, but is said to be stamped permanently into the landscape itself. The story begins with a local builder, a man tasked with an impossible project, the construction of a church on a hill overlooking the loch. The nearest quarry was miles away, across treacherous, boggy ground. Transporting the massive foundation stones seemed a hopeless endeavor, a task that would take more men and more years than the village possessed. The builder, a pragmatic and observant man, had noticed a pattern. Every evening, as the sun bled into the water, a magnificent gray stallion would emerge from the loch. It would graze peacefully on the shore, its coat shimmering like wet slate, a fine silver bridle glinting upon its head. This was no ordinary animal, and the builder knew it. He recognized the danger, but in his desperation, he saw a terrifying opportunity. He decided he would not avoid the Kelpie, he would capture it. The plan required a courage that bordered on madness. He waited for a night when the mist lay thick upon the water, muffling all sound. With hands wrapped in thick wool to hide their human warmth, he crept toward the grazing steed. His heart hammered against his ribs, a drumbeat of pure fear. The air was cold, and the only sounds were the soft pull of grass and the constant, quiet drip of water from the creature's mane. Each step was an eternity. As he drew near, the smell of deep, peat-stained water filled his nostrils. The Kelpie seemed at ease, a statue of perfect, powerful calm. With a final, silent prayer, the builder reached out. His fingers closed around the bridle's cold, metallic straps. The effect was instantaneous and electric. The great gray head snapped up. The Kelpie's eyes, which had seemed so placid, now blazed with a trapped, intelligent fury. It understood completely what had happened. It was caught. The builder, his voice trembling but firm, spoke a command, and the creature, bound by the magic of its own harness, obeyed. What followed were nights of supernatural labor. The enslaved Kelpie, its hatred palpable in the chill air around it, was harnessed to the heaviest sledge. It hauled stones that no team of oxen could ever budge, moving them from the distant quarry to the church site with an eerie, relentless strength. The work progressed at an astonishing, unnatural pace. Witnesses spoke of seeing the shadowy form of a giant horse moving through the mist, its hooves making no sound on the earth, dragging mountains of stone as if they were mere pebbles. The builder achieved his miracle. The church walls rose steadily, but the atmosphere around the site grew heavier, charged with a silent, seething resentment. The Kelpie worked without rest, without complaint, but its gaze never softened. Puddles of loch water always gathered where it stood, and a cold damp seemed to cling to the very stones it carried. The project neared completion, and with it came a fatal lapse in attention. We do not know if it was carelessness, a moment of pity, or a simple mistake. Perhaps the builder, believing the job nearly done, grew less vigilant. In one version of the tale, he removed the bridle to give the creature a drink. In another, a curious onlooker, unaware of the bridle's power, took it off. The moment the silver harness left its head, the Kelpie's submission vanished. The trapped fury of weeks erupted. It let out a sound that was neither whinny nor roar, but a cry of pure, elemental rage that echoed across the loch. In a flash of motion, it turned and brought one great iron-hard hoof down upon a partially dressed cornerstone with all its pent-up might. Then, without a backward glance, it charged into the dark waters of Loch Garv, vanishing beneath the peat-stained surface, finally free. The church was finished. It still stands, but the builder's triumph was forever marred by that single, lasting piece of evidence. There, on that cornerstone, visitors can see a deep, unmistakable imprint, the clear shape of a massive horse's hoof. It is too large, too perfectly formed, and too deeply sunk into solid rock to be the work of any earthly steed. This mark is the heart of the legend. It is the Kelpie's signature, its defiant proof left behind in the human world. It transforms the story from a mere folktale into something tangible, an artifact you can supposedly go and see with your own eyes. That hoofprint whispers that the line between myth and history is thinner than we think, and that some angers are so powerful they can stamp themselves into stone, a permanent reminder of the wildness we can never truly hold. That hoofprint in the stone is a monument to a singular, furious escape, but other stories carry a far heavier human cost. Among the most heartbreaking is the legend of the Kelpie and the 9 children. It begins not with a builder's ambition, but with a simple, sunny afternoon by a wide, slow-moving river. A group of siblings, perhaps 10 in all, were playing along the bank. The eldest, a girl sharp-eyed and cautious, had been warned by her grandmother about the beautiful, lonely horses that were not what they seemed. On this day, her warning became a living nightmare. As the children laughed and chased each other, a stunning pony appeared as if from nowhere. Its coat was a soft dappled gray, and its eyes were large and gentle. It stood patiently at the water's edge, seeming to invite them to play. One by one, enchanted by its quiet beauty, the younger children clambered onto its back. They giggled as they settled 7, then 8, then 9 of them perched on the creature, which seemed to grow just large enough to carry them all. It did not protest or move. It simply stood there, a patient, living bench by the river. The eldest sister watched, a cold dread settling in her stomach. The pony was too perfect, too still. She remembered her grandmother's words that a true Kelpie's skin would bind you, but that it feared the touch of hot iron. As her youngest brother reached out to pat the pony's neck, she acted on a desperate instinct. She snatched up a nearby branch that had been sharpened in the family hearth, its tip still smoldering from the fire. Instead of mounting, she stretched out her hand and pressed the hot, blackened point against the creature's flank. The reaction was instantaneous and horrifying. A terrible hiss, like water hitting a hot stone, erupted from the point of contact. The gentle pony's form seemed to shimmer and distort for a second, its eyes flashing with a rage that was anything but animal. With a shriek that tore the afternoon peace, it reared and plunged straight into the deep, fast-moving current of the river. The 9 children, their skin magically fused to its hide, could not let go. Their screams were cut off as the water closed over them, the Kelpie dragging them all into the dark depths in a single, violent motion. The eldest sister stood frozen on the bank, the charred stick falling from her hand, witnessing the complete and utter destruction of her family in a matter of seconds. She was saved by her caution, but condemned to a life haunted by the sight. This story does more than warn, it devastates. It underscores the tragic loss that forms the dark core of so many Kelpie legends. This isn't a monster thwarted by a hero, it's a predator that succeeds, leaving behind only broken survivors and empty homes. The tale served as the most potent kind of lesson for children, a visceral, emotional instruction on the cost of ignoring warnings and the absolute necessity of trusting that inner voice of suspicion. It transformed the Kelpie from a distant threat into an immediate familial danger. The message was clear: curiosity and innocence were no protection against a clever predator. Survival required a specific counterintuitive knowledge passed down through generations. You had to know the rules of a world where beauty was a weapon, and the only safe response to a miraculous offer was a brand of cold, hard iron. That solitary hoofprint at Loch Ness is not the only mark the creature left behind. The Kelpie's presence is etched into the very map of Scotland and Ireland, whispered in the names of places where the water runs a little too dark and the silence feels a little too deep. All across the landscape, you will find spots bearing its memory, pools, fords, and wells that carry its name like a scar. there is a Kelpie's pool on the River Spey, a deep, still bend where the current slows to a crawl. There is a horse's well in the Highlands, a spring that never runs dry, its water icy cold even in midsummer. Each of these names is not a casual label, but a story compressed into a single phrase, a communal agreement about what happened there, or what could happen if you are not careful. These names functioned as the most durable kind of folklore, a warning system built directly into the geography itself. A traveler asking for directions would be told to avoid the path near the Kelpie's stain, or to fetch water from the safe well, not the one near the old willow where the water horse was last seen. For local children, these names were their first lessons in the rules of the wild. They learned that the beautiful, deep pool at the end of the glen was called the Each Hollow for a reason, and that reason was not up for debate. This practice of naming danger transformed the supernatural from a vague nighttime fear into a specific daytime reality. It made the myth a permanent feature of the natural world, as real as the cliff edge or the boggy ground. The landscape itself became a teacher, its names a curriculum in survival. This connection between story and place is profound. It suggests that for our ancestors, the world was not just a collection of physical features, but a living manuscript, every hill and stream holding a memory, a lesson, or a ghost. When you stand by a place called the Kelpie's Reach, you are not just looking at water and rock. You are standing at a site of imagined tragedy, a monument to a collective fear that was so strong it needed to be pinned to a location forever. These names ensured the legend was never forgotten, because every time someone spoke the name of the pool or pointed out the well, the story was told again in a single potent word. The Kelpie became as much a part of the local ecology as the salmon in the stream or the heather on the hill, a necessary predator in the mental map of the world, teaching respect for the deep, dark water with a fear that lasted for generations. The hoofprints and place names are more than just stories. They are a language of survival. At its heart, the Kelpie myth is a profound and layered warning, one our ancestors crafted not to entertain, but to protect. Its most immediate lesson is for the young. In a time without safety fences or lifeguards, how do you teach a child that a glittering pool can be a death trap? You give the danger a face, a name, and a memorable, terrifying method. The beautiful horse by the water becomes a mental shortcut, a vivid symbol that encodes a vital rule. Do not go near deep, lonely water, and never ever trust a stranger, no matter how charming they seem. The Kelpie externalizes the threat, turning an abstract danger into a creature you can outsmart if you remember the rules. This transforms caution from a boring adult command into a personal, heroic act of vigilance. The child who avoids the lonely pony isn't just being obedient, they are being clever. They are defeating the monster by denying it the chance to act. Beyond personal safety, the Kelpie is a powerful embodiment of nature itself, in all its dualistic glory. It represents the untamable, raw force of the Scottish and Irish landscapes. Think of a loch on a still summer day, its surface like polished glass, breathtakingly serene. That is the Kelpie's beautiful, inviting form. Now think of that same loch in a sudden squall, the water turning black and churning, waves crashing against the rocks with a violence that seems alive. That is the Kelpie's true nature revealed. The creature perfectly captures the deception of calm waters, which can hide deadly currents, freezing temperatures, and sudden drop-offs. Its sudden, violent plunge into the depths mirrors the way an accident on the water happens in an instant, a slip, a misstep, and the peaceful scene becomes a frantic struggle. The Kelpie myth personifies this indifference, giving a cruel intention to what is really a random physical event. It makes the unpredictable feel predictable, and in doing so, it enforces a necessary, deep respect for environments that are as dangerous as they are beautiful. This leads to the myth's most enduring psychological symbolism, the danger of temptation and the consequences of poor judgment. The Kelpie never attacks outright. It always offers something desirable, a ride, companionship, aid. Its method is seduction, not assault. This speaks to a universal human truth. Our greatest mistakes often begin with accepting an offer that seems to solve our immediate problem or fulfill our immediate desire without considering the hidden cost. The weary traveler who accepts the ride is thinking of his sore feet, not the nature of the steed. The lonely individual who trusts the charming stranger is thinking of their isolation, not the seaweed in his hair. The Kelpie myth warns that poor judgment in a moment of vulnerability can have irreversible, catastrophic consequences. It teaches that if something seems too good to be true, it almost certainly is, a lesson applicable far beyond the loch side. Finally, the Kelpie symbolizes the peril hidden within beauty itself. Its form is magnificent, designed to disarm awe and suppress fear. This reflects a deep-seated understanding that in the natural world, and often in human life, the most attractive surfaces can conceal the deepest threats. The most vibrant mushroom might be poisonous. The smoothest ice is the most treacherous. The Kelpie codifies this insight into a legendary creature, reminding us that allure is not a guarantee of safety, and that true danger often wears a pleasing disguise. It encourages a wisdom that looks beyond the surface, that values skeptical inquiry over gullible acceptance. In a world full of modern-day lures and hidden currents, the old water horse still whispers a crucial question, not just about what we see by the water, but about what we choose to trust. Perhaps the true power of the Kelpie lies not in its ability to haunt a loch, but in its uncanny talent for haunting us. Modern psychology offers a compelling lens through which to view this ancient tale, suggesting it is less about a monster in the water and more about the monsters within our own minds. The Kelpie becomes a powerful symbol for our deepest, most primal fears, those that lurk in the subconscious, waiting to surface. Its most obvious representation is the fear of drowning, a terror that is both physical and existential. The feeling of being pulled under, of breath turning to fire in your lungs, of the world of light receding above you, this is a universal human nightmare. The Kelpie gives that formless dread a shape, a reason, a narrative. It answers the haunting question of why, with a chilling clarity. You were not merely unlucky, you were chosen, deceived, and claimed. This transforms a random accident into a story with intention, which in a strange way can be easier for the psyche to process than the cold chaos of mere chance. But the fear goes deeper than the physical act. The dark, still loch the Kelpie calls home is a perfect metaphor for the unknown depths of our own psyche. Just as we cannot see what lies beneath the peat-stained surface of the water, we cannot fully see the murky currents of our subconscious. What hidden traumas, repressed memories, or sudden, overwhelming emotions are swimming in those silent depths? The Kelpie embodies that which rises from those inner shadows, the unexpected surge of panic, the wave of grief that pulls us under, the hidden part of ourselves that can feel alien and predatory. Its sudden, violent attack mirrors how a mental health crisis or a buried fear can erupt without warning, dragging us from a state of calm into a struggle for survival. The creature's adhesive skin, that inescapable bond, powerfully symbolizes the feeling of being trapped by depression, by anxiety, by a situation or an emotion we feel fused to, unable to break free no matter how hard we struggle. The Kelpie's shape-shifting nature adds another profound layer. Its ability to wear the face of a gentle horse or a charming stranger speaks directly to our fear of deception. In human terms, it represents the people in our lives who are not what they seem, the charismatic figure whose kindness hides manipulation, the partner whose love conceals control. The Kelpie is the ultimate catfish, a predator that crafts the perfect lure based on our vulnerabilities, but this shape-shifting can also turn inward. It can symbolize our own changing, uncontrollable emotions, the way calm can shift to rage in a heartbeat, or how confidence can morph into crippling self-doubt. One moment we feel in control, like the rider on the horse, and the next, we are at the mercy of a force within us that feels foreign and powerful, galloping toward an emotional abyss we did not choose. This psychological reading does not diminish the legend, it amplifies its relevance. It shows why these stories have endured for centuries. They are not just campfire tales, they are ancient maps of the human interior, drawn in the language of monster and myth. The Kelpie gives us a character, a plot, and a setting for anxieties that are often too vague and terrifying to confront directly. By externalizing these fears into a creature by a loch, our ancestors found a way to discuss the undiscussable, to warn each other about internal dangers through an external story. The old advice, don't touch the beautiful horse, carry a piece of iron, speak its true name, becomes allegorical. it translates to, be wary of temptations that seem too perfect, arm yourself with mental resilience, and confront your fears by naming them aloud, for a fear identified is a fear that can be faced. The water horse, in the end, is a mirror. When we gaze into the dark water of its legend, we are not looking for a monster, but for a reflection of our own deepest selves, asking what beautiful, dangerous thing might be waiting just beneath our own calm surface. That mirrored surface reflects not just our fears, but our creativity. The Kelpie has long since slipped its moorings in folklore to swim freely through the currents of modern storytelling, its shape-shifting nature making it a perfect fit for poems, novels, and screens. In literature, the creature often retains its haunting, lyrical quality. Douglas A. Anderson's poem simply titled The Kelpie captures the creature's eerie duality, painting it not as a simple villain, but as a lonely, eternal presence tied to the landscape, a being of sorrow as much as menace. This poetic treatment reminds us that the legend's power lies in atmosphere, in the chill of the mist and the pull of the deep, but it is in fantasy novels that the Kelpie truly finds new stables. Authors reimagine its lore to serve their own worlds. In Susan Cooper's The Boggart, the creature is a more chaotic, magical force within a tapestry of Celtic spirits. Maggie Stiefvater, in her The Scorpio Races, presents a breathtaking and brutal adaptation. Here, the water horses are called the Capel Uis, captured annually and raced on a deadly beach. They are magnificent, terrifying, and utterly wild, their connection to the sea and their predatory instincts fully intact. Stiefvater masterfully preserves the core warning: these are not animals to be tamed, only temporarily harnessed at great risk. The adhesive skin is gone, but the consequence of a moment's lapse in control is still death. This is a classic example of how modern storytellers adapt the myth, sanding off some of the specific folkloric details, but fiercely protecting its essential spirit of beautiful, lethal wildness. The visual realm of film and television offers another kind of transformation. In adaptations like the Spiderwick Chronicles, the Kelpie appears as a tangible creature of magic and threat. Its design often leans into the iconic imagery: the dripping mane, the intelligent eyes, the equine form emerging from water. These portrayals make the abstract legend concrete for a new generation, translating the whispered warning into a visual spectacle. Yet there is a common thread in many modern portrayals, a certain softening. The Kelpie might become a misunderstood guardian, a magical ally, or a creature that can be reasoned with. Its motivations are often given a psychological backstory, its drownings framed as tragic accidents rather than deliberate predation. This shift reflects our contemporary desire to empathize with the monster, to understand its pain. But even in these gentler versions, the foundational elements almost always remain. The connection to water is non-negotiable. The capacity for transformation is key. And above all, an undercurrent of danger persists, a reminder that this is a force of nature, not a pet. This enduring core proves that the Kelpie's true power is not in any one detail of its folklore, but in its potent archetypal shape, a beautiful mask hiding a dark intent. The modern world may dress it in new special effects or give it new dialogue, but it cannot erase the ancient chill that comes from the creature's original home, the deep, dark place in our psyche where we know that some offers are still far too good to be true. The transition from whispered folklore to monumental steel is a journey of its own. While stories live in the ear and the imagination, art gives a myth a body, a form you can stand before and feel in your bones. No modern artwork has done this for the Kelpie on a grander scale than Andy Scott's towering sculptures in Falkirk, Scotland. Named simply the Kelpies, these are not hidden monsters in a loch, but breathtaking giants rising 30 meters into the sky. Forged from gleaming stainless steel, their forms are at once powerfully equine and fluidly abstract. You can see the ripple of muscle, the curve of a powerful neck, yet their surfaces reflect the ever-changing Scottish sky, clouds and light dancing across them. They do not crouch by the water, they stand beside a modern canal, a deliberate link to the heavy horses of industry that once powered Scotland's economic heart. Here, the artist performed a brilliant act of transformation. He took the ancient, fearful water horse and reshaped it into a symbol of strength, endurance, and national pride. The Kelpies are no longer predators, but guardians, celebrating the myth while anchoring it firmly in a narrative of human achievement and industrial heritage. They show how a legend can evolve, its dark edges softened into a majestic communal icon. But for every monumental celebration, there are countless paintings and illustrations that return to the creature's original haunting essence. Victorian artists enthralled by folklore often depicted the Kelpie at its most deceptive and terrifying moment. Imagine a canvas dominated by a stormy twilight sky over a dark loch. In the foreground, a traveler, his face a mask of dawning horror, is fused to the back of a magnificent black horse. The beast is already lunging into the water, its eyes glowing with supernatural light, its mane and tail flying like wet banners. The water churns violently, about to swallow them both. These works capture the narrative climax, the point of no return, emphasizing the tragedy and the warning. Other artists focus on the eerie stillness before the strike. A solitary, dripping steed stands silhouetted against a misty shore, its beauty perfect and unsettling, inviting the viewer to complete the story in their mind. Modern fantasy illustrators continue this tradition, sometimes adding new layers, portraying the Kelpie as a more mystical, elemental being, its form half horse, half waterfall, or as a sorrowful spirit bound to its lonely pool. Each artistic interpretation is a conversation with the past, a new answer to the question of what the creature truly looks like. This act of visualization is what keeps the legend breathing. When a story is painted or sculpted, it escapes the pages of old books and enters the shared visual language of a culture. A child who sees a painting of the Kelpie doesn't just hear a warning, they see a specific, unforgettable image that lodges in their memory. A visitor who walks between the vast steel heads in Falkirk experiences the myth on a visceral, awe-inspiring scale they will never forget. Art transforms the Kelpie from a regional folk tale into a piece of universal heritage. It allows the symbol to be reinterpreted to mean different things at different times: a beast of terror, a spirit of the land, a monument to strength. The artist's brush and chisel do not kill the mystery. They give it a new home, ensuring that each generation can look into the creature's gleaming metal or painted eyes and find their own reflection, their own fears, and their own wonders staring back. This continuous rebirth through creativity suggests the Kelpie's true power was never its ability to drown, but its infinite capacity to inspire. Scotland's lonely loch is not the only place where water whispers with a hidden voice. From the sun-drenched Mediterranean to the deep forests of Eastern Europe, cultures across the world have filled their rivers, lakes, and seas with spirits that mirror the Kelpie's haunting duality. This is not a coincidence, but a profound testament to a shared human experience, the universal need to explain the water's beauty, its bounty, and its terrifying, indifferent power. By placing the Kelpie alongside its global cousins, we see it not as a singular monster, but as a vital thread in a vast, ancient tapestry of myth. Consider the hippocampus of Greek mythology. At first glance, it seems a world apart from our dark Scottish steed. This creature is often depicted as a majestic hybrid, with the forequarters of a horse and the powerful, coiling tail of a fish. It pulled the chariot of Poseidon, god of the sea, a symbol of royal, divine power rather than predatory deception. Yet, look closer. Both are equine spirits of the deep, their forms forever married to the water. The key difference lies in their relationship to humanity. The hippocampus belongs to the realm of gods and heroes, a creature of epic scale and cosmic function. The Kelpie, by stark contrast, is a creature of the everyday. It does not serve gods, it preys on farmers and travelers. One is a symbol of oceanic dominion, the other is a personal, intimate danger emerging from the local loch. This highlights a fascinating split, how different cultures project their fears and their awe onto similar foundational ideas. Journey north to the misty rivers and lakes of Germanic and Scandinavian lands, and you meet the Nix or Nixie. Here, the parallels to the Kelpie grow stronger and more chilling. Like the Kelpie, the Nix is a master shapeshifter, most often appearing as a handsome man or a beautiful woman, dressed in green or gray, sitting by the water and playing enchanting, irresistible music on a fiddle or a harp. Its song lures the listener into a trance, drawing them ever closer to the bank until they slip and drown. This auditory seduction is the Nix's version of the Kelpie's visual beauty. Both creatures understand the specific vulnerabilities they can exploit, yet their motivations often diverge. While the Kelpie seems driven by a predatory hunger or a need to claim souls, many Nick's stories speak of loneliness and a desire for companionship, even love. They are said to sometimes marry humans, though these unions are always fraught with peril and specific taboos, like the husband never speaking of her true origin. The Nyx shares the Kelpie's danger, but often tinges it with a pathos that makes the creature slightly more relatable, a spirit longing for a world it can never truly join. Travel further east into the dense forests and wide rivers of Slavic folklore, and the water grows a beard and a temper. Here rules the Vedtime, a spirit as different in appearance from the elegant Kelpie as one could imagine. Picture a monstrous old man with a frog-like face, a long green beard of algae, a body covered in slime, and a permanent puddle of water where he sits. He is the grumpy, vengeful master of his particular stretch of river or mill pond, often blamed for drownings, damaged mills, and lost fishing nets. Unlike the Kelpie's deceptive allure, the Vedtime's power is one of blunt, overt dominion. He doesn't need to trick you with beauty, he simply drags you down if you disrespect his domain. His motivation is not hunger or loneliness, but a fierce territorial pride. He demands tribute, and fishermen would often pour a little vodka into the water or sacrifice a first catch to appease him. This spirit reflects a relationship with water based on uneasy negotiation and propitiation, a deal struck with a cranky supernatural landlord rather than an avoidance of a beautiful hidden hunter. Finally, cross the world to the streams and rivers of Japan, where the kappa waits. This creature is perhaps the most bizarrely specific of all. A child-sized being with a turtle-like shell, webbed hands, and a beak-like mouth. Its most distinctive feature is a dish-shaped depression on the top of its head that holds water, the source of its strength on land. The kappa shares the Kelpie's reputation for dragging the unwary underwater, but its motives are complex and varied. It is known as a trickster, sometimes mischievous, sometimes malevolent. It might challenge passers-by to a sumo wrestling match, or it might drown them to steal a mythical organ called the shirikodama. Yet kappa lore is also filled with rules and weaknesses. They are obsessed with politeness, and a deep bow can cause the water to spill from their head, rendering them weak and obliging them to return a favor. They love cucumbers more than anything. This creates a fascinating contrast, where the Kelpie is a force of nature to be feared and avoided entirely. The kappa is a creature of intricate rules, a peril that can be managed, bargained with, or even outsmarted through very precise cultural knowledge. One is an absolute danger, the other is a dangerous puzzle. So what do these global reflections tell us about our own lonely water horse? They reveal that the Kelpie is part of a profound human tradition. Whenever people have lived by water, they have personified its dual nature. The lure, the shift, the danger beneath the surface, these are universal themes. The specific form the spirit takes, whether a beautiful horse, a musical maiden, a slimy old man, or a turtle child, is shaped by the local landscape, the culture's values, and its particular fears. The Kelpie's breathtaking equine disguise speaks to a society where the horse was both vital and valuable, a symbol of strength and freedom that could, in an instant, become your doom. Its lack of negotiable rules, its pure predatory intent, reflects a view of nature as fundamentally wild and unconcerned with human deals or courtesies. By seeing it in this global context, we understand that the chill we feel by the loch is an ancient shared human chill. We were never alone in wondering what watched us from the deep, dark water. Every culture, in its own way, has written an answer. And in every answer, the water itself is the main character, wearing whatever face we need it to wear to remember its power. That same chill has been carried for centuries, not just in stories, but in song. The legend of the water horse found a home in the human voice, its sorrow and its danger woven into the very fabric of traditional folk music. These ballads are more than entertainment. They are sonic artifacts, preserving the emotional core of the myth in a way prose alone cannot. One haunting example is the song known as the Kelpie of Corryvreckan. Corryvreckan itself is a place of raw power, a whirlpool off the west coast of Scotland known for its ferocious churning waters. The song tells of a maiden lured by a handsome stranger, a man with seaweed in his hair, who leads her to the deadly strait. The melody is often slow and mournful, a series of rising and falling phrases that mimic the swell of the sea itself. The lyrics don't always spell out the creature's name, but the clues are there: the damp stranger, the inevitable pull toward the water, the sense of a fate that cannot be escaped. This is the Kelpie story stripped to its essential tragedy, set to a tune that feels as ancient and inevitable as the tide. The music does the work of 100 descriptions. It conveys the melancholy of a life lost and the eerie, captivating beauty of the force that took it. The choice of instruments in these traditional arrangements is never accidental. The harp, with its crystalline, rippling notes, perfectly evokes the shimmering surface of a loch, the play of light on water. But those same notes can turn somber and deep, suggesting the shadows beneath. The fiddle, perhaps even more powerfully, becomes the voice of the Kelpie itself. In skilled hands, its melody can be a siren call, sweet and inviting, drawing the listener in. Then, with a sudden shift in bowing, it can screech into something wild and frantic, mirroring the creature's violent transformation and the victim's terror. The drone of a pipe or the steady heartbeat thump of a bodhran drum provides the relentless pulsing rhythm of the deep, the constant presence of the water that is both home and grave. Modern folk musicians and bands, deeply rooted in Celtic traditions, continue to draw from this well. Artists like Julie Fowley's Talisk or the band Shugelnifty don't just retell the old stories, they reanimate them for a new ear. They might use a frenetic modern fiddle reel to capture the Kelpie's chaotic, unstoppable charge into the loch, or they might employ sparse, atmospheric electronics behind a Gaelic vocal to create the feeling of mist and isolation. The lyrics often explore the creature's perspective, giving voice to its loneliness or its ancient rage, adding layers of complexity to the simple predator-prey dynamic of the oldest tales. This musical evolution shows the myth is still alive, still breathing, and still capable of inspiring new forms of beauty and dread. When you listen to these songs, you are not being told about the Kelpie, you are being invited to feel its presence. The melody becomes the mist on the water, the minor key becomes the chill in the air, the pause between verses becomes the held breath before the plunge. Music translates the geographical and psychological landscape of the legend directly into emotion, bypassing the logical mind to speak to that older, deeper part of us that already knows to fear the beautiful, lonely things singing in the dark. But the deepest lure is not a shape, it is a sound. In the stillness before a storm, or in the deep hush of a moonless night, you might hear it. The Kelpie's call is a language of its own, woven from the very elements of its home. Some stories say it begins as a low, mournful cry, like the wind forcing its way through a crack in a cliff. It is the sound of water pulling at a rocky shore, a deep rhythmic groan that feels older than the hills. This is not the shriek of a beast, but the lament of the loch itself, a vibration that travels up through the soles of your feet and settles cold in your chest. It speaks of loneliness so vast it has become a physical force, a pull as tangible as the tide. In other tales, the sound transforms into something deceptively beautiful. It becomes a song, a melody carried on the mist with no visible source. The voice might be male or female, clear and hauntingly pure, singing words in a language just beyond understanding. The tune is one of profound sorrow and irresistible invitation, a siren's call that seems to promise an end to all loneliness if you would only come closer, step to the water's edge, and listen. It wraps around your thoughts, softening fear, blurring the line between dream and waking. This auditory magic is the Kelpie's final and most intimate trap. Where its beautiful form appeals to the eyes, its voice speaks directly to the heart. It offers an answer to the very isolation its presence creates. For a listener drifting towards sleep, this sound becomes the threshold of the legend. It is the whisper that turns a dark window into a lochside view, the sigh that transforms the rustle of bed sheets into the shift of reeds. It asks you to hear the storm in the silence and the song in the sigh, to let the ancient watery voice pull you gently into the deep, not to drown, but to dream. The creature's legend is not a single story, but 1,000 local whispers, travel from the deep, silent lochs of the highlands to the wide, rushing rivers of the lowlands, and the Kelpie's nature shifts with the landscape, adapting to the specific fears and histories of each place. In the rugged highlands, where communities were scattered and lochs lay like dark jewels between mountains, the Kelpie is often a profoundly solitary spirit. It is the lone guardian or tyrant of a specific isolated body of water. Think of Loch Ness or Loch Garve, places of immense depth and stillness. Here, the stories emphasize the creature's role as a personification of the loch itself, a permanent, eerie resident whose presence explains every strange ripple and unexplained drowning. The danger is intimate and contained, a pact between the monster and the few souls who live within sight of its domain. This Highland Kelpie is a creature of pure atmosphere, born from the mist and the echoing silence, its motives as inscrutable as the peat-stained water it calls home. Journey south to the lowlands and the waters change, and so does the myth. Here, great rivers like the Tay and the Spey carve through broader valleys, connecting towns and farms. The Kelpie in these tales often becomes a more mobile, riverine spirit. It is less a lord of one lonely lake and more a traveler of the currents, a danger that can appear anywhere along the river's course. This reflects a community's relationship with a moving, life-giving, but equally perilous source of water. The River Tay, powerful and wide, has its own collection of Kelpie lore, often tied to fords and deep pools where the crossing was treacherous. The creature here might be blamed for pulling under boats or snatching children from slippery banks, its presence a warning about the river's deceptive power, which could be calm one moment and raging the next. The lowland Kelpie feels more integrated into the daily rhythms of life, a hazard encountered while fishing, traveling, or fetching water, rather than a remote terror of the wilderness. Beyond these broad patterns, individual communities wove the Kelpie into the very fabric of their local identity, adding unique twists that make each version a fascinating puzzle piece. In some areas, the creature was bound not just to a place, but to a specific family or historical event. There are tales of certain clans being warned by a Kelpie of an impending attack, the creature acting as a strange, aquatic ally in exchange for some ancient, forgotten promise. Other stories soften the monster's edges entirely, transforming it into a wish granter. A common motif, especially in the Northeast, tells of a Kelpie captured not by a bridal, but by a spoken promise or a clever riddle. Once subdued, the creature might be compelled to bestow a single powerful boon, like revealing the location of hidden treasure or ensuring a bountiful harvest before vanishing back into its pool. This version speaks to a very human hope that even the wildest, most dangerous forces of nature might be negotiated with, if one is just cunning enough. Perhaps the most poignant localizations are those where the Kelpie is given a specific tragic backstory. In one glen, the creature might be said to be the ghost of a drowned laird, forever seeking his lost love. In another village, it is the cursed spirit of a man who betrayed his family, doomed to lure others to the fate he deserved. These stories anchor the myth in human emotion, giving the monster a motivation we can understand, even pity. This incredible regional variation reveals the true genius of folklore. The Kelpie was not a fixed character from a book, but a living, breathing concept, a narrative tool used by communities to explain their world. The deep, still loch required a silent, solitary predator. The life-giving river needed a mobile, opportunistic spirit. A family's strange luck or a village's unexplained loss called for a story that made sense of it all. A story with a dripping mane and eyes that held the chill of the deep. Each local twist, from wish granter to family curse, shows us not different monsters, but different communities looking into the same dark water and seeing their own reflections, their own histories, and their own deepest fears staring back. The dark loch was never truly empty. While the Kelpie ruled its watery domain, it was not alone in the misty hinterlands between our world and another. To understand its place, we must widen the lens and see it as one citizen in a vast, invisible nation, the complex and often perilous ecosystem of Celtic fairy folklore. This was a world with its own hierarchies, territories, and ancient laws, a hidden society that existed in parallel to our own, just out of sight. The Kelpie did not haunt the glens in a vacuum. It shared the landscape with a host of other beings, each with their own purpose and power, and the relationships between them were as intricate as the roots of an ancient oak. Consider the Bean Nye, the washerwoman by the ford. Where the Kelpie was a creature of drowning, she was an omen of death soon to come. She would appear at twilight, kneeling by a stream, washing the blood-stained clothes of those destined to die. Her presence was a chilling counterpart to the water horses. One was the active agent of a watery end, the other was its mournful herald, where they connected. In the logic of myth, they likely operated in the same sphere, but on different principles. The Kelpie acted from hunger or predation, while the Bean Nye served a more cosmic function, a part of the machinery of fate. They might cross paths at the same lonely stream, one lurking beneath the surface, the other weeping at its edge, but they were not allies. They were different expressions of the same profound truth, that water was a threshold, a place where life and death, the seen and unseen, constantly brushed against each other. Then there were the Celts, those seal people of the northern seas and coasts. Their myth is one of poignant longing, of shedding their sealskins to walk on land, often forming bittersweet bonds with humans. At first glance, they seem utterly different from the predatory Kelpie. One is a creature of the open ocean, associated with love, loss, and stolen skins. The other is a spirit of inland freshwater, associated with deception and consumption, yet they share a foundational magic, the power of transformation tied to a specific element. The Celt's skin is her soul, just as the Kelpie's bridle is its tether to power. Both are shapeshifters bound to the water, but their intentions diverge dramatically. The Celtic story is one of captured agency, often a victim of human theft. The Kelpie, in stark contrast, is almost always the aggressor, the thief of life itself. If they ever met in the brackish waters where sea met loch, they would likely be indifferent neighbors, one singing a song of lament for a lost home, the other silently waiting for its next meal to wander too close to the shore. Most significantly, the Kelpie existed within the broader, shadowy jurisdiction of the Fae, the good folk, the people of the mounds. This was not a friendly realm of pixies and sprites, but a powerful, immoral, and often dangerous parallel society. The Fae had their own kings and queens, their own glittering palaces inside hollow hills, and their own inscrutable rules. They could be benevolent or viciously cruel, and interaction with them was always a gamble. Where does the Kelpie fit into this court? It was likely not a courtier. It was more of a solitary warden, a specialized spirit tasked with guarding a specific type of terrain, the deep freshwater passages. Think of it as a border guard or a territorial noble in its own right, less concerned with the politics of the fairy mound and more focused on its own sovereign stretch of water. The Fae might respect its domain, and it might, in turn, avoid interfering in theirs. There are rare tales that suggest a Kelpie could be summoned or commanded by a powerful fairy monarch for a specific task, much like a human might harness one with its bridle, but this speaks to a hierarchy, not a friendship. They were part of the same unseen government, but operating in different departments, one of the court, the other of the wild. This interconnected supernatural ecosystem does something profound. It builds a complete mythical universe around the listener. The Kelpie stops being a solitary monster and becomes a piece of a larger breathing puzzle. It suggests that every lonely place, every sigh of the wind, every odd occurrence had a possible explanation within this other world. A missing child might be the work of a Kelpie, a sudden illness the mischief of a puckish fairy, a premonition of death the sighting of the bean nigh. This framework gave our ancestors a way to categorize and explain the uncanny, to populate the unknown with characters whose motives, however strange, followed a kind of story logic. The Kelpie's rules, its adhesive skin, its fear of its named bridle, were just one set of laws in a vast ancient legal code of the unseen. By seeing it in this context, we understand that the old warnings were not just about one creature, but about navigating an entire hidden country that existed cheek by jowl with our own, a land where beauty was often a weapon, where rules were absolute, and where the price for trespass was forever. The parish records of old Scotland hold more than just births and deaths. They sometimes hold mysteries written in the careful script of a minister or town clerk that read like fragments of a darker story. In one such record from the 18th century, for a village near Loch Ness, the cause of a young man's death is listed simply as taken by the water horse. This was not folklore to the clerk who wrote it. It was the accepted explanation, a fact of life as real as a storm or a poor harvest. Newspapers from the 19th century occasionally carried similar chilling snippets. A report from the Inverness Courier in 1847 describes the discovery of a man's body by the River Spey, with curiously clutched in his hand several long, coarse hairs unlike any local breed of horse. The article concludes by noting the deep, unnatural prints found in the soft bank nearby, which vanished after a few feet. For the modern reader, these are historical curiosities. For the community of the time, they were evidence. The line between a tragic accident and a supernatural encounter was not just blurred, it was often non-existent. A father grieving a drowned child might truly believe he had seen a dark shape just beneath the surface in that final moment. A farmer finding strange, splayed prints by his creek after a flash flood would have no concept of water erosion or unusual animal tracks. He would have the stories he grew up with, stories of a creature with backwards hooves. The natural world was full of phenomena they had no scientific framework to explain. A stag swimming across a loch at dusk, only its antlers and the curve of its back visible, could easily become the head and mane of a giant horse. A freak wave, a sudden surge of water from a submerged spring, could feel like a deliberate, grasping pull. The peat itself could play tricks, releasing gases that bubbled to the surface in a line, looking for all the world like something large and alive was moving just beneath. Each of these events, witnessed in isolation by a fearful or grieving mind, could solidify a legend into a personal truth. This is the intriguing space where the Kelpie lived most vibrantly, not in the pages of storybooks, but in the interpreted gaps of everyday reality. It was the name given to the unnameable, the face given to the faceless chance of deep water, when every ripple could be a sign and every drowning felt intentional. The creature transitioned from myth into a kind of perceived reality, a comforting, if terrifying, answer to life's cruelest randomness. What we now call coincidence, they called a Kelpie passing by. That haunting blend of beauty and terror makes for a potent legend, but not always a suitable bedtime story. To pass the tale to younger ears, storytellers have often softened the Kelpie's edges, transforming it from a merciless predator into a creature of magic and mystery, where the danger is balanced by wonder. In these gentler retellings, the dark, peat-stained loch becomes a setting for adventure rather than horror, and the child protagonist must rely on bravery, cleverness, and sometimes compassion to navigate the encounter. The classic elements remain: the shape-shifting water horse, the enchanting yet perilous allure, the deep, secretive loch, but the outcome shifts from certain doom to a hard-won lesson, a retrieved treasure, or even a tentative understanding. The Kelpie is no longer simply a monster to be feared and avoided, but a powerful force of nature to be respected and, in some tales, even befriended. A beautiful example is Molly Hunter's beloved novel, The Kelpie's Pearls. Here, the creature is still a formidable and potentially dangerous presence, a great white horse that guards a secret treasure in a Highland loch. The story centers on a young boy named Torquil, who is kind to the old, seemingly frail man he meets by the shore, a man who is, of course, the Kelpie in human guise. Because of Torquil's inherent goodness and courage, he is granted a rare gift, a pearl from the creature's hoard each time he visits. The Kelpie is not a friend, but it is not a mindless predator either. It operates by its own ancient, inscrutable rules, rewarding virtue and punishing greed. The horror of the adhesive skin and the violent drowning is replaced by a different kind of tension, the delicate, precarious relationship with a being whose motives are never fully human. The magic is retained, the danger is acknowledged, but the narrative focuses on the child's moral choices and their consequences, offering a thrilling adventure that whispers the old warnings without the nightmare. Similarly, Larry Don's The Secret of the Kelpie is a picture book that masterfully retells a traditional Scottish tale for the very young. It features the classic terrifying scenario: a Kelpie in the form of a beautiful pony lures a group of children onto its back at a loch side. The peril is real and immediate, the creature's magical glue trapping them as it prepares to dive. But here, the salvation comes from the quick thinking and bravery of the youngest sister, Flora, who remembers the old stories. She doesn't need a hot iron brand. Instead, she uses her wits and her voice, commanding the Kelpie with its true name and seizing its magical bridle. This version keeps the structure and stakes of the original folklore, but frames it as a puzzle to be solved by courage and remembered wisdom. The children are saved, and the Kelpie is defeated not by violence, but by knowledge, a profoundly empowering message for a young reader. It keeps the cultural story vibrantly alive, passing down the key motifs, the shape-shifting, the adhesive skin, the power of the bridle, while centering a child's agency in the heart of the legend. These adaptations perform a crucial cultural function. They are gateways, preserving the core of the myth while making it accessible and engaging for new generations. The terrifying water horse that once served as a stark warning about real physical dangers is repurposed. It becomes a tool for teaching different, but equally valuable, lessons: the importance of heeding old wisdom, the power of quick thinking in the face of danger, the rewards of kindness, and the complex reality that things which are wild and powerful are not always simply evil. By tempering the horror, they ensure the Kelpie does not fade into a forgotten, frightening relic, but continues to gallop through the imagination. The creature's magic is diluted, but its essence, its connection to the deep, mysterious water, and its embodiment of nature's untamed duality remains potent. A child who falls asleep after such a story might still glance at a dark puddle with a shiver of recognition, but they will also carry with them the idea that within every legend lies a challenge that can be met, a riddle that can be solved, and a respect for the wild that is born not just from fear, but from a sense of awe. The legend's true power lies in its ability to cross centuries and speak directly to our modern lives. While we may not fear a literal water horse by the loch, the psychological blueprint of the Kelpie is more present than ever. It lives in the seductive traps of our own minds. In psychology, the Kelpie is a perfect metaphor for addiction and compulsive behavior. Think of that initial beautiful lure, the promise of relief, escape, or euphoria. It stands there offering a solution to our weariness, our pain, our boredom. We climb on, seeking that ride away from our problems. But the moment we make contact, the adhesive skin takes hold. What felt like a choice becomes a prison. The very thing that promised freedom now fuses us to a path that charges relentlessly toward our own personal abyss. The struggle is the same, feeling trapped on a ride you never meant to take, watching the healthy world recede as you're pulled into a deepening, isolating darkness. The creature's shape-shifting nature mirrors how these temptations disguise themselves, sometimes as social connection, sometimes as stress relief, sometimes as self-medication. They always present the face we most want to see in a moment of vulnerability. Breaking that adhesive bond requires the psychological equivalent of the hot iron brand or the stolen bridle, a moment of searing clarity, a firm intervention, or the reclaiming of our own inner authority. The old warning transforms. It tells us to be wary of the seemingly perfect solution, the one that asks for no struggle and promises everything. It teaches us that the first step to safety is often to distrust the beautiful, easy answer waiting by the water's edge of our own discontent. This metaphorical lens extends powerfully into the world of business and finance. Here, the Kelpie manifests as the deceptive deal, the too good to be true investment. It appears in the form of a charismatic founder with a revolutionary pitch, or a financial product offering staggering returns with no apparent risk. The surface is all gleaming potential, a majestic opportunity standing unclaimed. The initial metrics dazzle, the projections enchant. Eager investors and partners climb aboard, convinced they've found a vehicle to carry them to new heights. But once committed, they discover the adhesive clause, the hidden fee structure, the unsustainable business model, the outright fraud. They are glued to a sinking venture, unable to extricate their capital or reputation as it gallops toward a spectacular public collapse. The aftermath leaves only the grim flotsam, the legal liver, floating to the surface as evidence of what was consumed. This Kelpie thinking urges due diligence over dazzle. It values skeptical inquiry above charismatic presentation. It reminds us that in a landscape of opportunity, the most attractive offers often carry the heaviest, most hidden costs. The legendary creature becomes a symbol for the entire cycle of speculative bubbles, where collective enchantment with a beautiful narrative leads an entire market on a fatal ride into a financial abyss. Even in our personal relationships and digital lives, the Kelpie's pattern repeats. The charming stranger online, the profile that seems perfectly tailored to our desires, can be a modern shapeshifter, weaving a compelling story to lure us into emotional or financial vulnerability. The adhesive skin here is the gradual entanglement in a web of lies, the slow fusion of our trust to a fabricated identity. The plunge is the moment of revelation, when the truth emerges and the relationship drowns in betrayal. On a societal scale, the Kelpie can represent ideologies or narratives that offer simple, beautiful answers to complex problems. They stand on the bank of our anxieties, inviting us to mount up and ride toward a purified future. But once we are adherents fused to the cause, the charge toward division and destruction begins. The legend, therefore, evolves from a folktale into a framework for critical thinking. It asks us to look for the damp seaweed in the hair of the perfect offer. It trains us to listen for the hollow sound in the hoofbeats of a promise. By understanding the Kelpie's ancient tactics, we arm ourselves against its modern incarnations. The creature endures not because we believe in water horses, but because we recognize instinctively the truth of its method. In a world saturated with lures, the old warning from the misty loch is a timeless gift, a whisper to always check for the adhesive, to feel for the chill beneath the beautiful surface, and to never be afraid to speak the true name of the deception before it is too late. So let the mist of the story settle around you now and become the teller of your own tale. Find a comfortable position and let your mind drift to the edge of a body of water known only to you. It might be a vast silent loch, its surface like dark glass under a twilight sky, or perhaps it is a slower river winding through a forgotten glen, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and pine. The light is fading, that uncertain hour between day and night, where every shadow seems to deepen and every sound feels amplified. A low mist is beginning to gather, coiling over the water like a living breath, softening the edges of the distant trees. You are alone here, the silence so complete you can hear your own heartbeat. What brought you to this place? Are you a traveler, weary from a long journey, seeking a shortcut across the water? Or are you a local, drawn by a strange compulsion to walk a familiar path that suddenly feels unfamiliar? Feel the cool, damp air on your skin. Listen to the gentle, rhythmic lap of water against the shore. Now let your eyes adjust to the gloom. There, where the mist is thickest, a shape begins to resolve. It stands at the water's very edge, half submerged, as still as a statue. It is a horse, but what kind of horse is yours? Does it gleam like polished obsidian, its coat holding the last purple light of the sky? Or is it pale as moonlit marble, seeming to glow from within the gathering dark? Notice the details. Is its mane tangled with glistening strands of freshwater pearls, or dark, dripping ropes of riverweed? Are its hooves clean and sharp, or caked with the silty mud of the deep? Most importantly, look into its eyes. Do they hold a gentle, sorrowful intelligence or a sharp, calculating gleam? This is your Kelpie, and its form is a reflection of the story you need to hear. It stands waiting. The decision is yours, and it hangs in the balance of this quiet moment. Everything the old tales warn you about screams to turn away, to step back from the bank and retreat to the solid, known world behind you. But there is a pull too, a deep curiosity. What if this one is different? What if it needs help, or carries a message, or offers a gift? The space between you is charged with possibility. Do you take a step forward, your hand outstretched, driven by compassion or daring? Or do you freeze, remembering the old rhymes, your feet rooted to the spot as you speak its true name into the mist? If you approach, what happens when your fingers finally make contact? Does the chill of its hide seep into your bones immediately? Does its skin feel like wet silk, or does it have the strange, adhesive grip of legend, a gentle but inescapable hold? If you mount, where does it take you? Does it plunge into the dark waters, not to drown you, but to show you a sunken city of crystal and silence? Or does it instead turn and carry you along the shore, galloping on the very surface of the water, showing you hidden coves and secret springs until the first star appears? Perhaps your story is one of escape. You remember the old wisdom just in time. What do you use? A piece of cold iron from your pocket, a whispered prayer, or simply the firm, clear command in your own voice as you refuse its silent invitation? Your kelp I might then dissolve into the mist from which it came, leaving only a single wet hoofprint on a stone as proof it was ever there. Or maybe your encounter ends in a truce. You offer it something it values, a song, a lock of your hair, a story of your own. In return, it might grant you a glimpse of the future, or the answer to a question you have carried for years, before sinking back beneath the peat-stained surface without a sound. There is no right or wrong ending here, only the one that feels true in this quiet, imaginative space. Your Kelpie can be a monster, a guide, a trickster, or a lonely spirit. The misty lake is your canvas, and the beautiful, ambiguous creature within it is a mirror. What does your reflection show as you let the scene fade gently in your mind, carrying the weight of your own choices into the realm of dreams? Remember that every legend began with a single person standing by the water, wondering what lay beneath the still, dark surface. Tonight, you have added your own whisper to that ancient, endless story. Its power is a paradox, a perfect fusion of opposites that refuses to let us go. The Kelpie captivates us because it masterfully entwines two of our most potent emotions, awe and dread. We are drawn to its breathtaking beauty, that vision of the perfect horse or the compelling stranger, a symbol of pure, untamed elegance. Yet coiled within that allure is the visceral terror of the plunge, the adhesive skin, the silent, watery end. This combination is hypnotic. It speaks to a deep part of our psyche that understands the world is not divided into simple categories of good and evil, but is a place where the most magnificent things can harbor the darkest intentions. The legend doesn't just scare us, it enchants us first, making the fear more personal, more intimate. We are not running from a grotesque monster, we are being betrayed by the very beauty we admired. That emotional cocktail is unforgettable. Then there is the stage upon which this drama is set, a landscape that is itself a character. The Kelpie is inextricably bound to the misty lochs and rushing rivers of Scotland and Ireland. This is not a generic fantasy setting, but a specific, romantic, and hauntingly real geography. The legend borrows the atmosphere of these places, the way the light falls on a peat-stained lake, the sound of a lone bird crying over a still surface, the sudden chill of a fog rolling in. When we think of the Kelpie, we don't just think of a creature, we think of a feeling, a mood of profound isolation and ancient mystery. This rootedness gives the story weight and authenticity. It feels less like an invented fable and more like a secret history of the land itself, a story the hills have been whispering for centuries. That connection to place transforms the myth into a powerful living warning. Its primary function was never mere entertainment. It was survival instruction disguised as narrative. But what makes it such an effective warning is its memorability. A list of safety rules is easily forgotten, but the image of a beautiful horse turning into a watery coffin is not. The Kelpie encodes a vital lesson about deep water, deceptive strangers, and tempting offers into a form so vivid and emotionally charged that it sticks in the mind for a lifetime. It teaches through story, which is how humans have always learned best. The lesson taps into primal, universal fears that transcend culture and era, the fear of drowning, of the unseen predator, of the friendly face that hides malice. Water is our first home and our potential grave, a necessity that can kill us in minutes. The unknown depths beneath a still surface are a universal symbol for all that we cannot see or control, from the mysteries of nature to the shadows in our own subconscious. The Kelpie gives these formless anxieties a shape we can recognize and a story we can understand. Yet for all its terror, the creature also offers a tantalizing glimpse of wild magic. It represents a world where the boundaries are fluid, where animals speak, where the mundane landscape holds portals to the extraordinary. This is the majestic aspect, the pull of the mysterious and the supernatural. We fear the Kelpie, but a part of us also envies its power, its freedom, its connection to an older, wilder world. This duality ensures its relevance. Its shape-shifting nature is the final key to its endurance. A static monster can become a relic, but a spirit that can change its form is endlessly adaptable. In the past, it was a horse or a handsome man by a loch. In our time, it can become a metaphor for digital deception, a symbol for addictive temptations, or a representation of the hidden costs in a too-good-to-be-true opportunity. The core pattern, the beautiful lure, and the hidden trap remains timeless. The Kelpie is not locked in the past. It is a narrative blueprint that we instinctively apply to new dangers, proving that the oldest stories often hold the sharpest mirrors up to our modern lives. We keep returning to its legend because, in the end, it tells us a fundamental truth about our own nature. We are creatures forever caught between the desire to touch the beautiful, mysterious thing and the wisdom to know when to pull our hand back from the water's edge. From that deep well of awe and dread, a singular image emerges, a creature woven from water and warning. The Kelpie's journey through our minds begins in the ancient Gaelic words for a young horse, a name that hides its predatory heart in the language of the farmyard. It is a spirit born from the dark, still lochs and rushing rivers of Scotland and Ireland, a perfect personification of water's dual nature, its reflective beauty and its cold, consuming depth. We have followed its many disguises, from the breathtaking steed with a dripping mane to the charming stranger with seaweed in his hair, each form a custom-made lure for human vulnerability. Its method is not attack, but invitation, offering a ride, companionship, or aid, only to reveal the terrible adhesive of its skin and the final, fatal gallop into the abyss. We have heard its tragic tales, from the 9 children lost to the river to the enslaved giant of Loch Garv, whose furious hoofprint remains stamped in stone. Its legacy is etched in place names and folk songs, in steel sculptures and modern metaphors, a shape-shifting symbol for every temptation that promises ease but demands a soul. This is more than a monster story. It is a lullaby for the mythical part of our minds. It sings a quiet tune of mystical wonder, reminding us that the world holds older, wilder magic just beyond the edge of the light. But woven into that melody is a note of timeless caution, a whisper to look twice at the beautiful, lonely thing, to question the offer that seems too perfect, and to respect the deep, dark places we do not understand. The legend endures because it speaks to both our sense of wonder and our instinct for survival, honoring the mystery while teaching us how to navigate it. So as this story settles, let the final image be one of peaceful resolution. Picture the loch now under a canopy of countless stars. The water is utterly still, a black mirror holding the cold fire of the cosmos. The mist has cleared, the air is silent. Somewhere in those profound, peat-stained depths, the Kelpie rests. Its majestic form is still, its ancient watchfulness turned inward, a guardian dreaming in the heart of its domain. The danger is real, the warning stands, but for now all is calm. The water holds its secret, and the night holds its peace. What mythical creature visited your dreams tonight? Share your favorite legend or the strange, beautiful vision you carried from this story in the comments below. And if you wish to wander deeper into the land of myths and gentle wonders, consider subscribing for more journeys into the realm of mythical sleep stories. Until next time, may your dreams be deep and your waters be calm.
Sleepbetter.